Hi there, Truck here. I was recently inspired to do a playthrough of the greatest video game of all time. I prefer playing the Steam version on PC, and once I heard that Moguri Mod had just released their updated version 9, I had to check it out. It took 2 weeks to complete the playthrough, and let me tell you, Moguri 9 has some really nice options, including an adjustable speed mode up to 12 times, and the ability to take max damage limit of 9999 off, which makes for some very interesting battles, especially toward the endgame. Probably my favorite new thing Moguri did is they added some shading and outlining options that really make the already cartoon-like characters just pop even more. I really love it. Your mileage may vary, but to me, it's amazing, especially with 60 FPS selected. I'll point out more of Moguri's cool doodads as we go here, but let's get into it. We're going for a fun, relaxed playthrough. Not 100%ing anything here, there's no speed runs. There's certain side quests I'm not a fan of and I'll skip, but I'll let you know what those are when we come to them. Here we go. All right, we've got control of our character for the first time here. And one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the main menu and I am going to change the color of my screens from this gray to the classic Final Fantasy blue. It just doesn't look right without that blue there. I'm also going to change the battle speed and the field messages so that they pop up quick. See, now this looks more like Final Fantasy to me. And you're going to realize pretty quick here, too, that I am a big treasure hunter. I like to collect all the hidden things that I know about in the game, no matter where they're at and no matter how worthless they are. We're going to go with Zidane as the character. I'm going to keep the original names because you gots to. I use 100% steal rate when I play with Moguri because I am all about working smart and not hard. And one of the things that this new Moguri does too, and I'll show you in a sec here, is that you can actually access the menu during battles, actually at any point during the game. And come to realize that once I'm able to access it here, that's a huge cheat if you really want to go down that road. You could apply potions, you could bring people back to life and all that stuff, and in the middle of a battle, or even change equipment and gear, which I think is cool in a way, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of doing that mid-battle, but as you can see, you can go access the menu mid-battle, which I think is kind of cool in some respects, but super cheaty if you're into the combat thing, so I'm going to definitely not use it for that. And here we go. We beat the boss. Our first quote-unquote boss fight, because this guy is technically our boss. So our boss, Baku, here is going to explain to this merry band of actors, or thespians, if you will, that their role is to go to the Castle Alexandria, and they are going to kidnap the princess. And really the first half of this game is super expository, so I'm going to be kind of hands-off with as much of it as possible. Certainly not going to talk over the FMVs, the full motion videos here. Because I want you to fully appreciate them for what they are. Yep, this is the big setup here, and we're going to kick back and enjoy it. Oh, that opening cinematic just gives me goosebumps every time. I love it. It's so great. And it's even better with the new Moguri, of course. So now we're going to be in control of Vivi, the Black Mage, one of the greatest characters in the history of video games, and he trips and falls an awful lot. And before we get too deep into this party, I'm going to set this up so that the character runs by default instead of walks. It just makes things move all that much faster, easier to deal with. And we're going to send Vivi around Alexandria town here, collecting all sorts of treasures and doodads. And like I said, half the fun of this game is just treasure hunting, finding all the stuff that's hidden all over the place. And this game is loaded with it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Vivi's first moral quandary as he walks into Grandma's house and takes her savings of 9 gil. Vivi's on a long road ahead, folks. Now, I'm not sure if any of you saw it, but back in June of 2023, there was a really awesome project done by some Final Fantasy diehards with incredible artistic talent, and it was called the Memoria Project, and it basically took the first 30 minutes of this game and redid it as if it were a modern, brand new game, and it came out amazing. And I'm only thinking to say this now because this part here in the center of town, it was one of the things that was really highlighted in that project. I'm going to throw a link in the upper corner here, but you should definitely check out that Memoria Project. If you love this game and haven't checked that out, what the hell are you doing? Stop this video immediately and go check that out. But yeah, just an amazing thing, and you really ought to go check it out. It's just good stuff. Kudos, hat tip to all involved in that project. Now, what you really ought to do is go to the ticket booth when you play this part of the game, but I'm bypassing it here. So don't necessarily do everything in the order I do it. You really ought to go do the ticket booth thing first and get that done with. But I'm going to go bebopping around town here and check some stuff out before heading back to the ticket booth. Your mileage may vary, I guess. Do it the way you want. I think the synthesis is trying to get a little something tonight, and I'm not talking about an ether either. Yeah, I think the wife's down too. Little Final Fantasy IX brown chicken brown cow. All right, so a little bit ago, you heard me say that there were certain side quests that I'm not going to do, or mini games that I'm not going to do, and this is one of those things. I am monumentally bad at this jump rope game. Yeah, this is the extent of it. If you're dedicated enough to do that 1,000 times, and I'm not that guy, you're gonna get the King of Jump Rope award. Yeah, and I'm not gonna be that guy, not on this day, not ever. I like going out to the balcony here every time, just cuz. That Memoria project I was referencing earlier did a great job on this particular part of town too. Yeah, worth mentioning. Also, this kid, Tom, with his, you know, the kitten that runs away. If you go all the way back to that part where the statue was sort of in the middle of town, you can go all the way back there, find Tom's cat, and Tom comes and gets the cat. And I don't really go back to do that anymore because I don't think you really get anything for it. So there's really no reward there aside from helping a kid with his cat. And if we're already stealing Gil from Grandma's floor, so I mean, morals are out the window here, aren't they? Now, having done things in a slightly weird order is making me realize here I gotta go talk to the little hippo kid, Hip Paul, back in town before I can climb this clock tower because he's hidden some items up there that we don't really know about yet. So we need to go back into the center of town, and so this Hip Paul kid can make us aware that there's something hidden up in the bell tower for us to find. So we're going to talk to Ilya, the granddaughter, first before we head up to town and talk to Hip Paul. Like I said, don't do this stuff in the order I did it in. All right, so now we've talked to Hip Paul, we can head back up the bell tower. Pull the rope, and then a little teeny chest comes down. And these are going to be cards for a card game called Tetramaster. And I don't like the card game Tetramaster, but it's going to be a requirement at some point to play it, so it behooves us to get some good cards for that. And finally, we're going to peek our heads into the ticket booth here. Now, we probably should follow Rat Kid here, but I'm going to hang around for just a second because we're going to talk to this four-armed gentleman. This guy is a character. He appears several times throughout the game, and we'll point him out when he does, but for now he's just known as Alleyway Jack. Wants to teach us this card game that I love so well. I'm just going to skip the tutorial. And right here is the point of why I had you watch this, was that he does go by other names elsewhere, and we'll see that later in the game. So, worthwhile just having that happen, just to get a little bit of backstory on the four-armed man. All right, we're going to go catch up with the rat kid with the ladder now and follow his mischievous ways. Here we're introduced to one of the greatest parts of this game, and it's the Moogles. Moogles are a part of pretty much all Final Fantasy games, but they really have a big role in this game, and there's a very fun side quest involving them as well. And yeah, they also handle our save games too, and they're a very cool part of this game. And here we're introduced to probably my favorite Moogle, maybe everyone's favorite Moogle, Stiltskin, the traveling Moogle. He gets up to shenanigans all over the world, and we're just now being introduced to him here. And he's a great follow too. Running into him at different spots all over the world is very fun and exciting, and it's a cool treat along the way. All right, Kupo is going to tell us about the fun side quest with Moogles, and it's called Mognet. I'll let him explain it to you here. So basically, they'll ask you to deliver a letter from one Moogle to another, and it's a cool option. It's a lot of fun. It's not required to beat this game by any stretch, but it's definitely a fun thing, and it takes on a life of its own as the game goes. Here's our first save. Here we go. We're off and running. Now again, we should probably just follow the rat kid with the ladder, but like a lot of things in this game, as soon as your character has agency, you can go off and do a little bit of exploring and treasure hunting. So at a few spots up on this roof, there are spots to find some gills. So also, this is where we name Vivi Vivi. I mean, if you name him something else, that's up to you. I suppose you could do that. I think the very first time I ever played Final Fantasy IX, I think I named him Wee Man, after the dude from that TV show Jackass, so I might have just dated myself there with that one. Finally, our favorite little peons make it into the castle and attempt to see the show that's about to go down. So this is Baku. If you remember, he was the leader of our actor group who was helping plot or put the plan together to kidnap Princess Garnet. So he's warming up the crowd right now, setting them up for the play about to go down called I Want to Be Your Canary. That's the name, folks. I love the music for this fight scene, by the way. And this is not a real fight scene. This is really just play acting for the crowd. That's what the SFX is. It doesn't do any actual damage. And it's a cool way to introduce you to the battle system, too. I know we had that quick battle on the theater ship earlier, but this also helps get one used to it as well. So yeah, really cool fight scene, really cool music. So this next part is a part where you control Zidane in a sword fight with Blank here. And it's a series of just pressing buttons that they give you, and you got to react quickly and correctly. And I'm not great at this battle at all. I'm just going to tell you right now. I have about all the hand dexterity of Michael J. Fox picking blueberries, and this is not my favorite thing. Your object here is you want to get 100 out of 100 people to like your theater craft here. And the higher number you get, I think if you get a 100, you get a moonstone as a prize. I've achieved that once in my life, and I'm not going to go anywhere near that here. So I think I ended up doing this a total of 2 times. This is the first one. Somehow 91 people were impressed, and that was enough to get a Steam achievement. And in my never-ending quest to try to get a 100, I try one more time here. And it didn't go nearly as well as the first one. So the sword battle is how they infiltrate the castle, beat the hell out of a couple of Knights of Pluto, and get their uniforms to get close to the princess. These two literal jokers, these buffoons, are some of the funniest characters and lines in this game. They're hapless, they're great, they're funny. Just enjoy them for who they are. So now we have control of Steiner, who has some of the best theme music in this game, and he is supposed to track down his Knights of Pluto on orders from the Queen. There are 8 of them. So we're going to collect treasure, obviously, all over the place, but right now we've got to find our 8 Knights of Pluto, and I'm going to do a quick Mognet check here. He doesn't have any mail. And then we'll do a quick save here too. And I'm going to do this throughout the game just to give you an idea of where we're at as far as a timetable goes. So now you can see we're 36 minutes in. Give you a rough idea where we're at time-wise. And off we go. We're going to find our Knights of Pluto. We've got 2 of them right here. Looks like they've got their uniforms back too. This library is super neat. This is actually the scene of one of the better boss battles in the game that takes place quite a bit later, but it's an optional boss battle too. Fun times ahead, folks. Fun times ahead. Fun little Easter egg right here, folks. This is not a Knight of Pluto. That's our buddy Blank. Look closely. Steiner getting his steps in here as he approaches what we believe to be the 8th and final Knight of Pluto. And once he does end up going through the roster of the knights, we get a little bit of a reward at the end that you would not otherwise get had you not found the 8 Knights of Pluto. Elixirs are fantastic. They cure your people entirely hit points and magic points. So elixirs are good. We want elixirs. Now, if that FMV didn't convince you that in Zidane we've got a slick young man who just knows and makes all the right moves, and in Steiner we have a clumsy oaf who can't make any of the right moves, and his heart's certainly in the right place, but man, is he an oaf. And once again, here's our buddy Blank, who we saw earlier hiding out, kind of gumming up the works here. In the haste of the moment, we're going to do some treasure hunting here. We're going to turn the wheel to the left and watch just off to our right. A treasure chest is going to fall to the floor. You see it? So Cinna's going to freak out. He's going to come back and tell us to turn the wheel back to the right where it's supposed to be. And we're going to have him turn the wheel to the right again. And if you watch to the upper right, another chest is going to fall really briefly. See it? So now we've got two chests that have hit the floor. Cinna's heart rate is through the roof. And once we turn the wheel back to the left, we're going to be able to go and check out the treasure chests that we have allowed to hit the floor. These are very missable if you aren't into treasure hunting. Now, Zidane is essentially going to be the main protagonist of this story, and his character type is a thief. And you'll find that in a lot of boss battles, and most characters have items that can be stolen. The bigger the character, the bigger the items that can be stolen. So to use Zidane as a thief, especially for boss battles, is super, super beneficial because he steals some really good stuff, which is also why I like to do the 100% steal rate too, because if you play the regular vanilla version, it can be very hit or miss, and some items are damn near impossible to steal. So word of the wise, use Zidane to steal as often as possible. It's cool. It's fun. And the chase sequence makes it on to the stage of the theater ship where the comic hilarity ensues. Meanwhile, Queen Braun is completely oblivious that her daughter is stealing the show on the stage below. At this point, the jig is up and everyone on board the theater ship Prima Vista is primed to make an escape. So as Queen Braun sends her pair of jokers off to retrieve Princess Garnet, we're back with Zidane, deep in the woods. And he stumbles upon the wreckage of the Prima Vista, which just crashed in the forest. The first of many ATE's active time events in this game. Always informative, sometimes annoying as hell, but here we go. Now, before we check in with our Moogle friend, we're going to make sure our gear is all up to snuff, because we're very well about to get a battle in front of us here. No Mognet mail here, but we will save. They spared no expense on creativity when they named this place Evil Forest. You're going to find a lot of the names of places in this game are hilariously bland, just like this one. It's not that it's not true, it is pretty evil, but come on, guys. Trance is induced by a surge of emotion. It's because Zidane feeling some kind of way about the girl trapped inside this plant monster. One of the things about Trance as Zidane loses his here is that one of the big bugaboos about Final Fantasy IX is that you can't bank your Trance. Like it builds up and it just when it reaches max, Trance just happens no matter what part of the battle you're in, or no matter who you're fighting, and you have no control over when it gets used. Moguri Mod 9 has attempted to fix that so that you can use trance at other, kind of use it whenever you want to use it. And I will be doing that at a couple points in this playthrough, but you're going to see it's a little on the janky side, so I didn't stay with it. So as this plant monster gets defeated, it sort of spews this nasty green seed all over Vivi and Steiner as they sort of pass out here. And they're going to explain what that is here. Here's one ATE that's like, this is why I sometimes find them annoying. It's like, literally, this is all it is. And it's a side character nobody really cares about. It's Ruby, the Tantalus girl. Come on. Waste of time. Now we're going to go around here and we are going to relieve the wrecked Prima Vista of all its remaining treasure. Because this is what you do. Easily missable stuff here, if you're trying to just keep it to the story. Sometimes I just like to check and see if you can kind of wander off on your own, but like right here, the game won't let you. But it's fun to try. There's this weird, abusive stepdad vibe happening with Baku. Like, you're leaving the party, I'm gonna kick your ass first before you go. I mean, that was probably awesome like 100 years ago, but not really how it goes now. That's all right. Zidane's gonna steal all his stuff and all is gonna be just right. Hopefully you've noticed the treasure chest sitting at the bottom of the screen because we're going to go back into this room and get it. Now you can see where Zidane certainly is not lacking in confidence. Vivi absolutely is, and he needs a pep talk. He needed to be pumped up. This part they're saying here is actually pretty crucial because each piece of equipment that your characters put on has some sort of ability that they can learn from it. So once you equip them in the menu, you sort of put little jewels down next to the ability that that piece of equipment would impart onto you. And once it's learned permanently. And then you can put on a different piece of gear and learn that ability. So it's kind of a neat thing. I know each Final Fantasy game has sort of a similar system like it, job systems or whatever, where people learn different abilities. I think with Final Fantasy VI, there was some sort of a method of magicite or something where people could learn magic spells from equipping them for a short period of time. But we're going to stop by the Moogle's store here to pick up some potions and a tent or two. Or maybe just some potions. And then we're going to check in with our friendly Moogle here just to make sure that everything is on the up and up and we're saved and we're ready to go into battle. All right, we got our boys equipped here, and this is an example of what setting abilities looks like, putting jewels next to abilities that your gear would impart onto you, and then once it's learned permanently. This is the screen where you do that. It's going to fill up as the game goes and more pieces of gear are put on and taken off. And pro tip here, if you're going to do the Mognet side quest, hit Mognet with every single Moogle you come across. Some have nothing for you, but some have this, like this letter from Ruby to Zidane. we're going to Mognet here. This is the very first letter we were given way back in Alexandria, so we're delivering our first Mognet letter. Even after you've delivered a letter to your Moogle, go back to Mognet again. They might have a letter for you to deliver, or in this case, we have a letter from Stiltskin. Now we're about to hit our first real boss fight of this game. This is the Plant Brain, and the strategy is we're going to have Zidane steal as often as possible. These boss characters have some pretty nifty items, so we want to get those. We want to keep our party alive, and once Zidane steals everything that they've got, we turn Zidane into a fighter, and Zidane is a very, very capable fighter as well, and we're going to see that as the game progresses too. He's got some of the cooler weapons in this game. One other thing worth mentioning here too, and I'm probably going to mention it to the point of severe annoyance for you, is that this new Moguri 9 with the shading and the outlining, it just makes these characters look so much more cartoony, and I mean it in the best possible way. Of all the Final Fantasies there ever were, this game is so made to be cartoonish and look this comic bookish to me. I just love the way this looks, and this is fantastic. I just can't. You may proceed. So we're gonna get chased out of here by this horde of plant minions. But one of the things you can see here is there's an endless supply of them. I think you can just stand here and just fight these things probably forever and level up if you really, really wanted to. But of all the places to grind and level up in this game, this is not the place to do it. We're just going to try and get through these battles quickly and move on. But it is a thing you can do here if you really wanted to do it. First time I ever saw that FMV, it was when I was playing this game on PS1 back in like 2001. It shook me to my core. Absolutely shook me. And it still gets me in the boo-boo even now. All these years later. Alright, we're gonna skip over these Teach Me Mogster lessons, because I don't feel like I need to teach y'all anything. I just want to take you on an adventure, and honestly, I know all this stuff anyway, so we're just gonna skip right over it. You're gonna love this lecture. Right. Nothing. Gosh, bro, you sure know a lot. We know nothing. Watching Steiner get clowned in this part just gets me every time. Alright, we're on the world map for the first time, and this music is so soothing. I love it so much, it just makes me feel so at peace. It's great. Now my character's going to look a little janky as he runs in the world map, and that's because I'm skipping over randomized battles. I'm going to not show those to you unless they are of significance. If I learn some blue magic or steal something or some sort of Steam achievement pops up. Otherwise, I'm just going to skip right over those. So apologies in advance for the janky running. Now, like a lot of things in this game, this area is easily missable. This experience is all easily missable. You're technically supposed to go, as soon as you have control of the world map, directly to the ice cavern. But that's the beautiful thing about this game, is there are so many left turns and places to just go explore that you could easily miss otherwise. And if you're into treasure hunting, which this game really is all about, you want to take the time to go and check out other places, and not just where the story tells you you have to go. Alright, so we're here at the entrance to the ice cavern. What we can do in the main map is call a Moogle in. We can tent here, which we're not going to do. We're not going to waste a tent on that, but you could. We're also going to save our game here before we go into the ice cavern. We'll get a record of where we're at, and we're at about almost 2 hours now. 2 hours into the story. So after a deep discussion that includes Steiner making Vivi feel horrible about his dead grandpa, they head into the ice cavern. Garnett, if this was the kind of place worth reading about, don't you think they would have named it something way better than Ice Cavern, though? I know, I'm still on this. Through many years of trial and error, I've found it prudent to wait for these little puffs of ice smoke or steam or whatever. Don't walk into them. It's a guaranteed fight every time. Wait for them to blow over, unless you really want to get into some battles. And in doing so here, we're going to learn that Vivi's got a lot of usefulness to him. So Zidane puts that into play here. I think it helps him with his confidence too. See, he's so hesitant. He's such a noob here. We're going to watch Vivi grow up before our eyes. So this is the point in the game where I actually went in and messed with the ATB settings, the active time battle. I have it set to normal, but I decided to check out what these different ones do. So I set it to dynamic. And we're going to try and get into a fight just to see what happens. What does dynamic ATB look like in practice? And I'm going to show you. So what happens is, as soon as your fighter puts a command in, it immediately carries that out. And in doing so, just too much going on at the same time. Just watch. Maybe that's how modern games work. I don't know. I'm not that guy, but this is really weird. Watch. It's going to happen again. Zidane kills the guy, and then the fire spell misses because the guy's already dead. Yeah, I'm not a fan. ATB dynamic is not my jam. So I'm going to try ATB fast, see how that goes, just to see. So what ATB fast appears to be is that the fighters gauge where they have to wait between turns to be able to take another turn. It just instantly refills, so there's no time at all to wait between turns. And that's some, oh, see that booty jiggle? This thing's got some booty jiggle. Look at these things. Talking out of turn here, but aside the booty jiggle, which is obviously very distracting, ATB fast, way too big of a cheat, way too big of an advantage. I like having characters that have to await a little bit. And I think that's built in as part of one of their traits, too. There's gear where you can... That booty jiggle, I'm telling you. Bottom line, ATB fast, also not my jam. We're gonna set ATB back to normal. I like my original flavor. What can I say? Always take the left fork here first because we're going to meet another Moogle. Hey bro, what are you gonna teach me today? I ain't gonna teach you jack shit. Always be mognetting. Moist. Definitely in the mognet game, so pick up a letter. We'll do a little sleepover here. I love how cozy these are. We're going to save our game here for good measure. And then we're going to head off up the right fork where a boss battle soon awaits. It's like they've been roofied with cold air. The hell is this? So Zidane's gonna go check it out, alone, as you do, as a prudent adventurer would do. So yeah, we're gonna stumble into this, another boss battle, and Zidane is gonna fight this baby solo. Now, you're gonna see my second attempt at this fight, and I'm not gonna show you the first one because I died. I went to steal all the stuff that's gonna happen in this battle, and I died. So the battle you're about to see is actually my second go-around with this Black Waltz, number 1. Now, Black Waltz calls in some help, Sea Lion, and so now we've got 2 enemies to face, and that's what makes this battle tough, especially if you're going to steal, because each of these enemies have two items each to steal. So that's 4 turns spent on just stealing alone, and that's part of why I died, because these guys ganged up on me and just dealt damage to me while I sat there and stole and couldn't get healed up in time. So it's all a part of the battle strategy, keeping yourself healthy while stealing, and then leaving yourself healthy enough to finish the job. And if you look closely here, my guy's about to trance. And this could come in handy post-stealing time toward the end of the battle, I think, right? Now we're going to see how this trance works. It's banked, as you can see. And it didn't always work for me, but you push to the left and the trance option comes up, and then you're able to use the trance menu. It didn't always work as well for me this way later on in the game, so I didn't use it this way for the full game, but to be able to just turn it on like this in this moment during a boss battle, that is cool. That is the dream. That is what Final Fantasy IX fans absolutely want. But, like I said, it was janky. It moved characters from the back to the front and from the front to the back sometimes, and it wouldn't do the trance. It really messed things up. But in this case, it worked, and it is really cool. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am. Let's send Black Waltz number 2. As our supporting cast gets up from their roofie nap, At last, we leave the ice cavern and head out into the fresh air. This is going to be one of the more iconic scenes in the game right here. You cannot call yourself a Final Fantasy IX fan and actually change this girl's name to Dagger. No, it's Garnet. And Garnet it shall stay. Back on the world map, we're going to call in a Moogle for a quick save. And before we head to that little town we saw coming out of the cave, we're going to take a little detour and we're going to go this way. We got stuff to do. "20 seconds later." Now we're going to head back toward that small town, and keep in mind the janky running on the open world just means that I've not included a random encounter that we've stitched over here. So we're going to head to this place. And thus we have the beginning of Morid's Coffee Quest. It's basically trading rare coffees of the world for a theater ship model that Zidane really wants. Definitely not a required thing in the game, but a fun thing to do. So we'll keep in mind to look out for these coffees as we travel the world. Speaking of side quests, I'm randomly sort of going over the plains here to come across a friendly monster. Now I'm going to tell you all about these guys, but first let's just watch this cute interaction. One of my favorite side quests in this game is the Friendly Monsters side quest. If you're willing to suffer some random encounters, you just may find these friendly creatures hiding in certain locations around the world. If you're fortunate enough to meet them all and have the item that they're specifically requesting, a huge prize awaits at the end. So I'm going to run through real quick with you basically the anatomy of how an interaction with one of these friendly monsters works and what the benefits are. First off, you know you'll have hit a friendly monster or something good when the first sound that appears is way different from that of a random encounter. This one's more warm and welcoming. Gives me goosebumps every time I hit it to this day. Say hello to the brown moo. He wants a piece of ore. Fortunately for you, you just happened to win a piece of it in a random encounter that happened earlier in the game. There it is. So we give it to the brown moo. We do not attack. We've made the cute fella happy, and he sends to send his regard to Mr. Ghost. Seems these friendly monsters know each other. Now, as our typical post-battle spoils of victory screen shows up, I'm going to pause this here for just a moment so I can explain what the benefit of the brown moo has done for us here. Now, you can see on the left we don't gain any experience points, and that is where your levels go higher, and that's okay, because the big haul here is the ability points, AP. On the right-hand side, you can see we gain 10. Now, what is ability points? These are the points that are tied to learning the abilities that are tied to your gear. Some abilities are learned with 20 points or 30 points. Some go as high as 100 or 150. So AP helps you learn abilities faster from the gear that you've equipped. 10 is a huge haul for one interaction because most battles go anywhere from 1 to 3 if you're lucky. So hopefully we've got gear that needs a lot of AP to learn these abilities. And the cool part is there's a couple that pop up. As you learn them, these abilities, having been learned, will pop up on these battle screens, which is cool. And that right there is what an interaction with a friendly monster is all about. They're only to your benefit, and they're a lot of fun to try to track down too. And now we've found the brown moo. Now after an interaction like that and heading into the town, we definitely want to call in a Moogle to save the game. Scandalous. I gotta mention, the early game dialogue between Zidane and Steiner is just awesome every time. Zidane calls him Rusty, and he gets his butt all puckered up, and it's just amazing. He has aneurysms like every other scene, like right here. Now, as irritating as some ATEs can be, some are very well placed and are really great for character development. The ones here in Dali are amazing and suit the story very well. Something avocado toast. Now, of course, first chance we get, we got to do some treasure hunting the moment that we can. So that's what we're going to do. After seeing Vivi inadvertently scare the crap out of the town's kids, we do a little mognetting with Gumo. save here, and then I'm gonna pet the kitty on the fireplace. My cats go nuts when I do this. I mean, it's only a sample menu, but that sounds delicious. 20 gil. I'm in, baby. I love me some breakfast. The timing of this next ATE is hilarious because it happens in this very same room, and it kind of makes the next scene a little janky. I don't know, but it was kind of funny the way it happened. And I think because of the timing of the way the last ATE happened, this glitch is happening. Normally, Garnet is right next to Zidane looking back and forth at whatever it is that they're looking at, and it's a really cute scene. And yeah, it didn't work out that way here. Now, this is the first real proper weapon shop I think we've come across in this game, so I'm going to spend some time here. And honestly, as the game goes, as the weapon shops get better weapons and more stocked, I'll be showing you some of inside those shops too, so you can get a glimpse of what's actually being sold. Whether I buy anything or not, obviously, is my discretion, but, you know, I'll take you inside the shops with me too, as we go through our journey here. I'm just going to take a second to say that the fact that this sketchy mayor has a boy who's passed out on his couch and he's asking us to leave. What's happening here? We never really truly find out, do we? Not saying, just saying. We're about to find an object that's going to lead us on a whole new side quest. Aries. The Stellazio consists of 12 coins scattered throughout the world. Each Stellazio represents an astrological symbol of the zodiac. Aries is the first of these that we have found. A character that we've yet to meet is an avid collector of Stellazio and will happily trade gil and prizes for your efforts. We'll keep an eye out for and track the Stellazio as we find them on our journey. If you look under the key items menu as you discover these Stellazio, you'll see that they each have a bit of a Stellazio story to them, a poem or a bit of a building story. Aries, the story of 12 zodiacs. The 11 zodiacs pondered. How best to catch Virgo's heart? Aries headed east. Stellazio story. So that's the Stellazio side quest. Now back to your regularly scheduled walkthrough. Well, I will tell you, this is far from the first time we'll be here in the village of Dali, so stick a pin in this place. Alright, so Vivi has just been kidnapped. Zidane's gonna peep inside, check in on Garnet, who is working diligently on her village person speak. Well, guess we know who's behind Vivi's kidnapping. Now, conveniently, the person who was guarding this spot earlier isn't there on lunch break. Who cares? Here we go. And this area down here is kind of fun because it's really loaded with loot and treasure boxes and stuff, so always good to take your time and go through here and look for stuff. So Vivi's getting marched off. Poor guy, clearly being treated as a second-class citizen here. Try as we might, we can't seem to interact with this Chocobo, but this is going to be far from our first interaction with one as this game goes on. Okay, we are getting a letter for our Magnet quest from Kumop to Mogki. Cool. So that was a good growth moment for Vivi right there, and you know, Garnet was paying attention too. So as soon as we open the door, of course, we get some ghost monsters that are made of this mist that seems to be fueling this odd machine. So we're heading inside the door, and this is the welcoming committee, so we got to take care of these guys first. It's almost like a mist vacuum, just kind of sucking it up like a bunch of Hoover trumpets. And this room is worth the battles. There are 3 treasure boxes in this room. One of them is kind of hidden in the back here, as you can see. But worth the ghost battles, honestly. I'm here to tell you folks, the Morid-Steiner interactions here are worth the price of admission. Absolutely. Morid dropping some hard truths to this young whippersnapper. Good to see. We're going to make sure Steiner's up to date on his equipment here. We get our first glimpse of adults working above the ground here and some convenient exposition for the explanation of what's happening here. Well, of course we're gonna poke it with a sword. Yeah. Garnet's white mage guilt is doing somersaults right now. I'm actually going to choose to rest at the inn here. Just make sure there's maybe not one or two more things in town we want to do before we head out. This is the moment, so. Okay, Boomer. We'll see what the dutiful daughter is selling here. It's just a really basic good shop. As basic as it gets. I'm not sure what sounds better, that vegetable stir fry or the breakfast over at the inn. Dali's got some good eating, it would seem. Let's check the Dali Inn library. Some good titles there, right? I concur, Zidane. Alright, I'm thinking this is probably all we've got to do here in Dali, so we're going to save up here before we leave town. And good measure where we're at. We're just over the 3-hour mark here. Alright, prepare your case for one of the more egregious cases of sexual assault in the Final Fantasy saga. So I wanted to let that whole scene breathe for a while before adding any commentary. There's a lot that went on there. A lot of character development, especially with Vivi. So we're on our way to Lindblum now. We have destroyed Southgate and destroyed Black Waltz number 3 by the looks of it. here we've made it to one of the biggest, most fun, most explorable spaces full of goodies and surprises in this game, and that is Lindblum. Buckle up, this is good times. So right here where he says it looks like there's no place to insert the metal, this is one of the biggest red herrings in the game. Apparently, according to the internet, it is a reference to the game Resident Evil 2 that I know nothing of, but it's what the internet says, so it must be true. But it actually has nothing to do with this game. It's not a clue that points to anything in particular. Big old red herring. We're going to modnet here because we do have a letter for Mogki. Doing our good deed. We're going to save too because I feel like it's been a little bit of a while before we have. See where we're at here. Yeah, about 3.5 hours in, 3:33 so far. I feel like we're making pretty good time actually. And this is why we always ask about Mognet with the Mughals, because they may just have something for you. So we've picked up a letter that we need to deliver. And now that we've established that Regent Sid is in fact an Oglop, I'm going to give you this little warning here on these scenes with the Regent here in Lindblum. They do tend to get a little bit long-winded, but you kind of have to pay attention too because they're very, very expository and give us a lot of useful info. But warning in advance, these can get a little long-winded. Here we're getting more of a sense of Zidane being Zidane, the womanizer that he is, but more importantly, we're about to meet a very, very important playable character in this game. Now, there is absolutely no indication here that there was a booty call happening during this moment. It's basically saying, oh, we knew your mom was nuts. We had to get you out of there. Hey, now let me show you where I haven't been able to get any work done. Ain't it great? Oh, more teach me, Mogster. Once again, nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right, so finally we now have the ability to go wander through Lindblum. We're going to go take care of some Moogle business here and do some mog netting first of all. It seems Ruby has written us once again. I feel like this happens several times throughout the tale here. Ruby's just keeping Zidane up to date on what's happening on back in Alexandria. And we've had a lot of dialogue since the last time we saved, so we're going to take care of that right here too. All right, off we go. The more you know. Steiner absolutely checked. Zidane was onto something when he calls him Rusty. So as Steiner has himself a cultural experience, I'm actually going to take Zidane here and we're going to take him out of town real quick for a little bit of a quick solo mission. I'm going to show you something. So this is basically the back door into a location we're going to be visiting later on in the game called Pinnacle Rocks. But the cool part about this is if we take ourselves over the path here, there's a little bit of treasure here waiting for us. Alright, just wanted to run that errand and snag that treasure quick here. Wasn't sure if you were aware of that area, but now you are, so you can check it out on your own playthrough. Vivi clearly misreading the intent of the Festival of the Hunt aside. Keep in mind the item Kupo Nut that was just given to Vivi. That's something that's going to come into play later on. The character who inhabits this domicile is known as the Card Freak, and if you're into playing the card game, apparently he's a pretty good opponent. Might have some good cards for you. Not really my jam. There's usually something hidden over here, but I think that's much later in the game, but I instinctively just have to check. There's a tent hidden down behind the tree here. Easily missable. And I'm not going to really mess around with the NPCs that much in here. There's one item hidden in the room, and it's right there. So we're in, we're out. I had to pet the dog. You pet the dog, right? Why wouldn't you pet the dog? Ah, a very nice reference to Final Fantasy VII and Cloud's Buster Sword right here. I'm actually going to check back into this weapon shop in just a second here, because right around the corner is our first synthesis shop, or a synth shop. And this is a place where you can take two items and meld them together for a fee into a much better and more desirable item. But first, did you know you could swipe these silver gloves right off their desk? Now you know. So how the synth shop works is you've got the items listed on the left here that can be made, and then on the right are the items that it would take to make said item. And if you have both of them, then the item would not be grayed out. You can purchase the item. If you don't have both items needed to make it, it'll be grayed out, and you'd have to go find the items either at a weapons shop or come across them in battle or whatever. That is why I didn't want to buy anything from the weapon shop just yet, because I'm weighing, options and seeing what I need to pick up over there. So we're going to head back over, pick up what we need. And if you do have the disposable gill, sometimes it's nice to pick up extra items for future synths too. So now you can see I have the two mage mashers, and now I can purchase the ogre, which they will make from said mage mashers. Also picked up a butterfly sword. Again, different weapons teach different abilities. So if you have multiple weapons at your disposal, that is multiple abilities for your character to learn. And that's what we're going through here with the various weapons. That's because our boy Vivi's got it. Well, crap, I spent all my gil at the weapon and the synth shop. Oh well. So we've done all that we can do in this part of town for now, so we're going to head to the air cab station, and we're going to take that to a whole separate part of town. This is kind of a fun little way to bebop between different areas of the town. Kind of makes it seem bigger than it really is, too. Gives it more of a sense of scale. Treasure Hunter's Delight, hidden back here. Right next to this guy, we've got a bronze vest hiding out. And that's all about the goodies we're going to grab from this part for the time being. So we're going to head back to the air cab station and head to, I believe, the theater district. Everywhere Steiner travels right now, he ends up getting humbled to the max. This building right here is actually the Tantalus hideout, and we'll come back to that. We're going to take care of some business down here first. So apparently Lowell is such a big deal, a BFD if you will, in Lindblum, that he needs to go around incognito in a human-sized Moogle outfit. It's a tough life. Aspiring artist Michael has no time for Lowell's crap or ego. I admire this greatly. We're going to steal his Moogle suit just for fun. So now we're going to head back down to the Tantalus hideout and all the fun that lies within. See, the kids know what's up when it comes to Zidane and Garnet. Kids ain't stupid. In the meantime, we've got plenty of treasure to raid in this very room, so a raid it we shall. Gesundheit. So that reminds me, why is Baku always sneezing? He's always sneezing. He's the only character in this whole game that's perpetually allergic to stuff. Keep in mind that Cinna mentions the coffee at this specific location. This is going to come into play later on. Alright, so we're going to get back to the air cab station and head back to the castle. Pretty much we've done all we can do in terms of goodie hunting on our own. Now it's time to move things along. Hopefully you can kind of see where this is going now, since we stopped downstairs and saw that sleeping guard. Yeah, let's do it. Just like Final Fantasy VI, baby. Now you gotta go back in there and see what you did to the poor guy. Hope he's not still in there when the princess comes back. All right, we're not messing about. We know right where Garnet is, and we're going to head straight to her. Oh, Steiner's not going to abide someone talking crap about his queen, even if he's wrong. It's starting to get deep, y'all. Oh, Zidane, you were doing so well right up until that moment. The festival, the hunt is so much fun. Every time I play this game, I look forward to this part. And I'm so glad that I recorded this playthrough before actually coming back through and doing the voiceover on it, because this festival, the hunt, did not end the way I had anticipated on. And I think in a good way. So I'll just put it to you that way. So whether you see it or not here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to update all my gear. I'm going to save with Mod Key here before the Festival of the Hunt. And we are closing in on close to 4.5 hours in on this one so far. Okay, let the fun begin. Pretty simple. See a creature, go after it, fight it, win the battle, get points. Wash, rinse, repeat. 12 minutes on the clock. Alright, done all the slashing, burning, and salting of the earth we can do over here for now. Let's hit an air cab and hit another part of town. Definitely need to throw a couple of potions down here and get back up to good. Alright, off we go. Trying to go for the interception here, and I missed it. Oh, I missed him. Ugh. Okay, now this is normally the area where the big beast Zagnol, the big trophy of the whole festival of hunt, tends to hang out, and he's not here. So we're going to head to the industrial district, fight some monsters there, and then we will head back here, and hopefully Zagnol will be there. Alright, so we're down about 3 minutes left here, and we are back in the area of the business district where Zagnol is indeed hiding out. So what's going to happen here is Zidane and Freya are going to take on Zagnol here. I'm going to have Zidane steal because Zagnol in this fight has unbelievably good items to steal. And in my opinion, it doesn't really matter who wins this match. If Zidane wins the Festival of the Hunt, you get Gil. If Freya wins, you get, I believe, some sort of an add-on, which is a nice one, actually. A ring or something like that. Also worth noting here that Zidane has a trance banked, but by this point, the trance was so janky, I could not turn it on myself. It was actually, see, he's defending right here, where I'm trying to get the trance to work. And yeah, needless to say, this did not go well. Well, crap. Zidane's dead. But that's okay, I've already stolen the items I wanted to steal from him anyway. We'll just let Freya win, right? As soon as this jump maneuver landed by Freya, I knew I was in big trouble here. I will tell you, in all the times I have played this game, this has never happened to me before. We get a theater ship card, a master hunter, and my goodness, we get a Steam achievement for Vivi winning by default. Amazing. So we're going to ride the elevator down and take the back door out of Lindblum on our quest to aid Freya's home country of Burmecia and the interesting journey that lies ahead. I'm actually going to hop into this car over here and head down to a different part of the basement. We can get a little bit of treasure and we can actually check out the harbor. Can't do anything there, but we can certainly check it out. Always love poking my nose into different areas of the game. Even if you can't do anything at them, just the scenery and the art and the vibe. It's just good stuff. Can you get like occupational black lung disease from inhaling too much mist? Asking for a friend. All right, this is our proper stop. Just a basic item shop here, but always a good idea to stock up with stuff if you have the gil for it. Phoenix Downs, tents, potions, things of that nature. Seems our Moogle pal Munte has a letter from Stiltskin. And like any prudent adventurer, we'll save before we head out into the real world. Alright, we're back out on the world map outside of Lindblum. We're going to head straight to this swampy area over here to pick up a new character. Meet Queena. Queena is a gourmand, a chef, a food lover who has been making being gender fluid cool long before it was ever cool. So Queena and Quail are members of the Q tribe, or Q race of people. They all got these waggy tongues and all about mastering the art of eating, which I personally have done, so I admire it. So Vivi's tortured past continues to be laid before us. We are at a frog pond here, and this is going to be the beginning of what is a mini game for Queena, which is to catch frogs. Queena can catch up to 99 frogs throughout the course of the game. This is not a side quest I'm big on. There are ponds like this throughout the world map, and you can catch a few frogs at a time, and the more that you catch, your master quail will come out and give you a prize, whether it be gil or some kind of armor or a weapon or a prize of some type, as you see here. And this is one of those mini games you can put on the high speed, and it's a little easier to do that way. But again, I'm not going all the way up to 99. This is not a big mini game that I have particularly been a fan of, honestly, but I'm going to do it a little bit through this playthrough. I will say one of the things about Queena that I do really like in battle is their ability to learn what's called blue magic. And it's basically when you get an enemy out in the battle whose hit points get, I want to say it's right around maybe 75%-ish or so. That's just my personal observation. Once you get a monster down below about 75%, Queena has an ability to eat said enemy and can learn blue magic spells from them. So, very interesting thing, very cool to track. I've never learned all the blue magic spells, but they're fun to try to get. I like them. And I'm actually going to show you this random encounter because this is one where a blue magic spell is learned, and a very important one too, probably the one that Queena uses the most in the game is going to be the first one that we learn here. So watch and see how it's done. It's kind of cool. So we've just learned Mighty Guard, which increases your own defense, magic defenses, attack speed, and gradually restores your own HP. Does this for the whole party. Great for boss fights. Now, before we head off to Burmecia, we have the beginning of what is probably my favorite side quest in this whole game. There's a certain area that we're going to try to get to here, a little round forest. Let's head in. It's true. If you're riding a Chocobo, you will not get into random encounters. So we're going to do exactly what this Moogle has just said. See these Chocobo footprints? We're going to stand on those. We're going to pull up our item menu, and we're going to pull up these Gisal greens. That we'll call a Chocobo. I'm going to take that Chocobo, and we're not going to ride it to Burmecia. We're going to ride it right back into the forest so that we can start this little game in earnest. It's pretty simple. You get 60 seconds, you dig up treasures while you ride using Chocobo's beak, and it's always easier to do this with the Moguri mod, having it on high speed. You can have it up to 12x speed in this version of Moguri Mod. I have it on 3x. Otherwise, this minigame would be ridiculously hard to navigate, I think. But we're just going to keep finding treasures as long as time allows. And you can actually find up to a maximum of 8 before the Moogle stops you and says you're going to run them out of business and offers you bonus points. And as you can see, much like our own main characters who can level up, our Choco's beak can level up as well with more discoveries. And it actually really works because the Choco can dig much faster the more the beak levels up. It's a noticeable difference. So as the round is over, your items will be tallied up and the points that you've gotten for discovering said items will be tallied up. And we pay particular attention to this stone with patterns. We're occasionally going to dig up a chocograph piece along the way, and when we get enough of those, they will form a chocograph of their own. Meanie the Moogle also runs a mini gift shop where you can cash your points from playing Chocobo Hot and Cold in for fabulous prizes. So the chocographs are what we're really after here. So what we're going to do is we're going to dig and dig and dig in this area until the Moogle tells us that we've found all of the chocographs that we can find at this point. Thankfully, through the magic of video editing, I'm not going to make you sit through the entire 20 minutes or so that it took to find all of the chocographs in this location. So, welcome to the end of this particular round of Chocobo Hot and Cold. Once Meanie tells you that's all there is, that's it. It's time for us to go out and start a little treasure hunt. Before we look at the actual chocograph menu, here's a little something I put together so that we can enjoy the spoils of our victory and Choco's hard work. We've found 6 chocographs inside the forest that Choco can reach with his current abilities, and each depicts a location somewhere on the world map, suggesting that great treasure may be found there. Inside the chocograph menu, which I'll pause here for ease of demonstration, on the left you can see the 6 chocographs, each with a colored treasure box icon, meaning Choco currently has the ability to access that location, provided you can get him there. Once a chocograph is selected in the menu, a small photo will be given to you. This is the image that's on the chocograph itself, and a short hint is given. If the ability required to reach that location is the same as the abilities that Choco knows, you're in business. And yeah, Choco can be leveled up and learn different abilities, which will become necessary to play this side quest because there are a total of 24 chocographs to be found, and a handful of others that only a powered-up Chocobo will help you find. So first we'll select Stream Side, and this one is a great one to demonstrate how these work since the location happens to be very close by. You'll conveniently see the chocograph loaded up right next to the world map, so it gives you a nice bit of a frame of reference, so you know if you're getting close to the treasure point. Much like a game of Chocobo Hot and Cold, we dig, and in this case we nailed it on the first try. So that was the Streamside chocograph. It's been located so you can see it. The icon shows an open treasure box, which means we've found it. Of the other ones that Choco can access, I think there was only one right now that we can get to based on where we are on the world map, and that is this one, Between Mountains. So we're gonna go send Choco off to get our second chocograph. And you can see conveniently it shows up right here on the right-hand side so we can compare where we are. Looks real similar. And we'll just peck, peck, peck till we nail it. Here we go. Alright, so that's all the chocograph treasure hunting we're going to do for now. We've found 2 out of the total of 24 that are hidden in this game. So we're going to ride Choco back. And there's one stop in particular I very much would like to make here, and it's a location we've already seen in this game, and it's going to bring us back to something that we've already discussed. So we've just located the mocha coffee that I am sure our buddy Cinna dropped when we saw the scene play out here. And we've got a full healing hit point and magic point location here too, which is really good to know. And we got an ether on the way out the door here too. So always good to check out new locations, kids. And this mocha coffee we just found is one of the 3 for Morid's coffee quest, so we have found one. Alright, a much needed quick save, and what I'm going to do here is put it on really fast speed for some grinding and some battling and some blue magic gathering. Some blue magic in the bag here as we've learned Angel's Snack. Way to go, Queena. This here is an enemy called the Hedgehog Pie, and it plays a pretty funny role in a little bit of a, I guess you could call it a mini-game type arcade bit a little bit later on in the game that's quite funny. These characters have always cracked me up, these Hedgehog Pies. So Angel's Snack and Pumpkinhead, a couple of blue magic spells for Quina that we've learned before we head into Gizamaluke's Grotto. And of course we'll save up fast. We're just about at the 6-hour mark of this game. Time flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? So you can see the bell is more or less a kind of a version of a key in this place. And here we have some evil black mages in action. Oh, bring it. Come forth. Come hither, please. Little hidden treasure over here in the corner. Actually, I think I'm going to head to the entrance to the right. I'm trying to pinpoint it here. There's some goodies hidden on the railway here. Mithril gloves, very nice. I think we got another item sort of under the walkway here too. And this is a good one. I'm actually going to equip this to Vivi right away. So we'll let him learn cast slow, which is very useful. And the Chocobo nuts coming back into play. That's awesome. Now, Moguta will gladly take more Chocobo nuts, as we do tend to get some more as we travel the world. So when we get more, we will bring them back. Not huge prizes, but some prizes await. And we're going to do some magnetting here too. All right, we're going to tent up and save here. And then we're going to commit what some would call possibly an unforgivable sin and use one of our big cheats afforded to us by Moguri Mod 9. Make note that we are at level 12 at about roughly 6 hours and 7 minutes. In Moguri Mod, F3 will give you 3x speed or whatever speed you've set it at, and F1 will give you 9999 damage against these grand dragons. We're going to probably get one or two of these people killed, and that's fine, but big leveling up here, just watch. I mean, we're talking 7 levels here just from the first fight alone. Yeah, nobody needs to be at full strength for these. They just need to have 1 hit point and just be alive, because any hit that these Grand Dragons are going to deal is going to kill you anyway. So they just need to be alive. So we're going to basically wash, rinse, repeat here for a little bit. So I did this for 21 minutes, and you can see how leveled up my party is now. And we should have no problem facing any battles from this point, and that was just from spending 20 minutes doing this. Now back to our regularly scheduled story, already in progress. We're going to take a quick look at our menu screen here, and you can just look and see just how overpowered these guys are now just from 20 minutes of quick grinding, and it's almost obscene, and it is an absolute cheat. But like I said, it's my game. I play how I want. I certainly don't fight the boss characters this way, but for a grind like this and some quick leveling up, abso-freaking-lutely. Now, if you remember, last we saw Steiner, he had left Lindblum Castle with Garnet, so you can guess where Garnet may well be hiding. It doesn't take a brainiac to figure this one out. So the object here is basically to sort of clear the way for Steiner to get to his hiding spot so that Garnet can get let out of the bag. So we're going to do a little bit of treasure hunting while we're here, and we're also going to talk to enough people to get the path cleared for ourselves. Garnet keeping Steiner straight from inside the bag. Amazing. And we're going to rat that guy out to his boss here that we're talking to. Uh-oh. She's a trooper hanging out in that bag of stinky pickles that long, I gotta give you that. So we're here at Bowden Station, I believe, and we're going to give you the 10-cent tour here, Final Fantasy IX style. Buckle up. The other upshot of grinding those Grand Dragons for 20 minutes, I got over 100 Gs, baby. We're going to Mognet with Grimo here, and we're going to pick up another letter. So now we've got 2 letters to deliver. Our mail sack overfloweth. And another save here as we're closing in on 7 hours of gameplay here. I will say here just the one minor gripe I have with the outline feature on the characters on this new Moguri mod is that the larger the characters are, the bigger the outline is, and it doesn't look quite so great. When they're smaller and in battles and things, I think it looks at its best, but when it's larger characters like this, I wish the outline could be just a little bit smaller, like they are in the battle mode. But otherwise, this is just fantastic stuff. My party of Zidane, Freya, Vivi, and Quina have emerged the other side of Gizamaluke's Grotto, a fearsome fighting machine. And we're going to save here. because that's what we do. Before we head into Burmecia, we're going to stop here. This is actually Northgate, with a unique Burmecian design and a smell that Freya does not like. And like I've said multiple times, it's always good to stop in these out-of-the-way places because there's almost always treasure here to be had. I don't think we packed our umbrella, but here we go, into Burmecia. Normally this is really unwelcome news, but not in this game. We have just found our second Stellazio. Cancer headed to the Cape, where Virgo waited. The sun was setting into the ocean. Would he finally see her? Stellazio story. There is lots of loot to be had here in Burmecia, but we also got these guys, mimics. Treasure boxes that are going to make you work for it, let's just say. The key here is you want to walk across this, don't run. Otherwise, the floor is going to fall out and you'll never get these Germina's boots. Get the bell by the bed. Go to the palace. Please erase my search history. Alright, after we erased our good friend's search history, the bell that we found is used to open this beautiful looking door here. Vivi sadly figuring it out. It's not a great time to be a black mage, that's for sure. Loud noise and janky animation alert. Nothing for us this way. We'll have to check the other door. And of course that last one, they gotta make you earn it. Vivi's rough afternoon continues. We're going to head over here because we've actually got a Moogle hiding out. And our good buddy Stiltskin comes a-walking in. Of course I want to buy something. Every time you see Stiltskin, you should buy something from him. Alright, and Atla, our Moogle, actually runs a really good weapons and gear shop here. Not your average shop. Got a few useful items in here. We also have a letter to deliver to Atla to continue our Mognet quest. Oh, awesome. We get a Kupo nut for our efforts. We know where to bring that. And it looks like also we'll be picking up a letter to take to Monev. He must be the Russian Mughal. And of course we'll get a cozy little power nap in here in the dry weather, and we're going to save our game to boot before we move on. Getting a little backstory on Alexandria's General Beatrix, who we've met very much at the beginning of the game, but we're also getting our first foray into some of Freya's backstory here. And just like a good roux, the plot thickens. All right, so this is the first of what's going to be several more or less unwinnable run-ins with Beatrix. The key here is just to let Zidane steal, because Beatrix every time is going to have some pretty great items. Keep your party alive for as long as you can. Beatrix is going to eventually just end this fight because she's just too good. So steal what you can while you can, get some experience in, and we're going to let Beatrix win because there's no other way. So we've stolen 4 items. That's all the items Beatrix has, and she soon decides we've had about enough here, and she's going to end it all for us right now. And that's all the action we can fit in Disc 1. I'll see you over on Disc 2, kids.